Are you fucking serious? This is the worst. This is the absolute worst. Hey, HTTP colon forward slash forward slash. Go fuck yourself. Are you fucking serious? This is the worst. Yo, dog. Dog. This is the worst. This is absolute dog shit. This is fucking bullshit. This is the worst. The worst. Come on, you shitbag. Come on, you shitbag. What is this? What is this? Hey, we know that you're trying to fucking stream. Would you like a pop-up? No, I don't want a pop-up. Okay, here's a pop-up. Dog, how about you just fucking work? No, you wanted it to work? Here's a pop-up. Dog. This shit is so fucking ridiculous. On a scale of 0 to 10, with 0 being normal as fuck and 10 being contemplate sticking my big toe in a fucking Serenity now, bitch. I don't even want to fucking say it. Why? Because I don't want to talk about big toes. I want to talk about shit working, dog. This is the worst. This is the absolute fucking worst. It's taking me 6 hours to fucking... That is the worst computer. Hey, dog. You want to go scuba diving with your Chromebook? No, I don't want to go scuba diving with my Chromebook. I want it to fucking work. Oh, okay. My name is... I haven't given a fucking penny back to my alma mater, but what I can tell you is I've been sitting on my fucking ass as a CEO of Google for like a decade, not innovating for shit. We had everybody's data. Everybody. Name somebody. Yeah, we had their data. We took it and sat on this motherfucker. We let other companies take our market share for this thing called artificial intelligence. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? My name is Sundar Pichai, and I jerk myself off raw. My Twitter profile has a fucking cricket stick instead of something that would help the world. Hey guys, I'm Sundar Pichai. I like cricket. Okay, that's cool. Get the fuck out of here and give us somebody who works as a fucking CEO. You're the worst, dog. You're the worst. No one at fucking IIT gives a flying fuck about you because you don't give a flying fuck about them. You've become like a billionaire just literally sitting on your fucking ass. And I know your wife's name. It's Angeli, and she thinks you suck. Why? Because she sees what I'm going through with this fucking Chromebook. Not only is it not working, you can't fucking scuba dive with it. It's the worst. This shit is the worst. It's the worst. Oh, well, we don't have updates for it anymore. Why? Are you still a company? Yeah, we're still a company. Okay, well, why aren't you continuing to update your device? Well, it's just like old. So? Well, it's just like it's old. Okay. Did your company go away? Well, no, our company didn't go away. Well, then you should not stop updating it. Well, but it's just old. Listen. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I don't give a flying fuck about your feelings. If you sell a piece of equipment, you should have to continue to update it. At least, I don't know, for 30 years. Okay, I understand that no one is fucking doing updates to TI-83s, but I'm sure that the fucking people at Texas Instruments have updated that bitch. They have. It's called the TI-83 Plus, bitch. Everybody knows that. TI-83 Plus gives me more RAM than this fucking Chromebook. This shit is the worst. This fucking Chromebook is like, hey, everybody. You can't update me. Why? I don't know. Oh, all I want to do is make the browser dark mode. Oh, you want to make the browser dark mode? Oh, okay. Yeah, you can't do that. Why? You can't do updates anymore. Okay, you had, like, when I could do updates, I could make it dark mode. Yeah, no, we understand that. We understand that this is an important accessibility issue and an environmental issue and a sustainability issue. And we love at Google to fucking jerk ourselves off on the bottom of our fucking website. Says, I can just tell you what, no matter where you are in the world, this is what Google says. Google. It says something and I guess search maybe, and then it says I'm feeling lucky, which is it could you never know. It's just the first result. Okay, and then at the bottom they added like a few years ago, like sustainable since 2007. Well, guess what, motherfuckers? I don't give a shit about your sustainability when I can't put this bitch in dark mode. Why? You motherfuckers are sitting in Mountain View having goats chew through your fucking landscaping instead of hiring people with lawnmowers or robot lawnmowers or whatever you want to consider it. And I can't update this fucking Chromebook. Well, it's on. Well, guess what, Sundar? Guess what, Sundar? No one gives a fuck. I'm telling you, I don't know. I think you should have to keep your shit going for 50 years. Why is it like, oh no, no. We stopped our fucking updating of that shit. It's like, why? Why? Well, because it's just nobody's using Windows 98 anymore. Somebody is. Somebody in some nuclear reactor somewhere is like, dude, Windows 98 is the shit. Why? Because it doesn't have all the bullshit that these assholes at Google want to throw down your throat. Or Microsoft. Hey, guys, did you want to use your computer? Yeah. Hey, welcome to Windows 11. We're going to do an update. Oh, you're on Windows 10? Well, here's a big fucking billboard that won't let you proceed unless you click the X button and say, no, I don't want to fucking update to Windows 11. Or it'll be like, you want to update to Windows 11? It'll be like, sure, I guess, maybe, whatever. If you're an asshole, you'll say yes. And they'll be like, oh, sorry, your system can't be updated to Windows 11. But we'll remind you tomorrow that you could update to Windows 11 if you wanted, if your system was available. The next day comes around, hey, want to update to Windows 11? Sure. Oh, sorry, your system, it's not like it fucking changed. Windows 11 is not dramatically different than Windows 10. It's like, I should be able to put that bitch on a fucking compact Presario, motherfucker. Why? Because gateways need love too, bitch. Really? Dude, this shit is the worst. Dog. 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 You know why? You know why this is? It's a fucking sham. It's known as planned ops. Fucking sucks. Whatever asshole thought of this, it's some fucking organization. That motherfucker should be in the middle of the street in Ho Chi Minh City, and I should be with a fucking. I say it. It's the worst. This shit sucks. Is it working? No, I don't fucking. I don't give a shit anymore. This stuff sucks.
Hi, Rabbi.
How you live in big house?
You see what I thought about waterman particularly Kentucky?
Amazing, my man. I love it.
I'm talking about all my character here.
That's amazing. You are rocking.
Still my life.
Yes, you are, big dog. You're like Batman and Robin.
I'm trying to be like you.
Hey, hopefully we won't be alone, my friend. Just a matter of time.
Yeah, you see him. You heard about storm in my area.
I recognize that. That's worrisome. Are you okay?
No, yeah, but it was up in Gardens County and once again.
Okay, well, are you safe?
Yep, I'm safe. I'm safe.
All right, well, that's good to hear, my man. All right, I don't mean to be rude, but I've got to be in the cast in 27 minutes, so I'm going to focus on that. But afterward, if you want to talk, I'll be happy to talk with you. If you need anything from me, you let me know, okay?
Can I leave my character here?
You can leave the room here, just like you always do.
I'm trying to bring all my character here so this guy can get this disco walking and rolling.
Absolutely, big dog. You do whatever you want, my friend.
If you don't mind, I'll, don't mind. My other accounts coming in.
You bring anything that you want in here, big dog.
I'm going to bring all my accounts in so they're walking.
Sounds like a plan, big man.
All right, you enjoy your podcast, and when you get it done, say it to me.
Okay, I don't know. We will. We'll do everything that we can. We'll have the opportunity. We'll send it away.
Okay, 2 points. Am I going to be? If I seeing him when the podcast starts?
Absolutely.
Of course, I love the bike.
Excellent, big dog.
I love my captain. They're talking. They're going to get lost in.
Maybe.
Absolutely.
You might see them reflected officers or something.
Might see them pick up for glasses.
Perhaps.
Yeah. But it's almost a course word.
Yeah, they'll be back soon.
Should be in here soon. All right, Rabbi. You have a great podcast.
Thank you,
I'm
big
going to go
dog.
back to these saddles. You'll get started.
Excellent, big man.
You're right for a podcast.
Okay, big man. Hi, John. Can you hear me? I'm well, thank God. How was your trip for Bigfoot hunting? That's excellent. Did you have any luck or fortune? Oh, very interesting. Wow, a big deal. The name sounds familiar. Absolutely, 100%. Well, uh, firstly, it's a privilege to be with you. And I had put in the tag form that my specific area of interest is UFOs. So I hope that's an okay topic on which to discuss. Specifically, if possible, I'd like to talk about Chaim Eshed, who, if you're familiar, perhaps he was the former head of the Israeli Space Agency, and some of the claims that he made in 2020. He had another interview in June of 2026, so just a couple of months ago. He said that he had a visit from Men in Black, and that's why he had been quiet for all this time. And so, if anything might be of interest to your audience, perhaps, excellent. Um, Unrelated to UFOs by any, do you know that I live stream my 24/7? Okay, very well. And so, if I may just perhaps during my introduction, I'd like to just show people where they can find me on YouTube and all of the live YouTube things that I have going simultaneously. Phenomenal. Certainly. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Absolutely. Very well. Excellent. Excellent. Is it live? Okay. Okay. That's wow. That's impressive. That I was able to get on, but also I consider it a privilege that you would allow me to be here. You have quite a lot of content, so that's phenomenal. Oh yeah, definitely used it earlier this week. Absolutely, you have to stay for a few minutes to allow it to upload. Okay, yeah, great. Um, yeah, it's a beautiful system. Yeah, I think it's. You answered them all. No, I'm ready when you are. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, okay. Absolutely. Totally understand that. Uh, how long do you usually go for, if I may ask? Oh, okay. Excellent. And if I may, I also like to talk about futurism a little bit. And in my intro, I can talk about topics that I like. But, um, the people who are interested in many of the topics that we discuss or in this um, kind of realm, they're into a lot of interesting stuff. So perhaps they might find that of interest as well. Okay, I understand. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, what a great feature. Oh, I do something with someone quite often in Riverside, and we have like a notebook that we keep whenever we do something. You can just say that and it will make a mark. Oh, perfect. Well, I really appreciate you letting me know that. Oh, phenomenal. Well, teaching me all of the insights of the software. I appreciate it. I will use both of those. Well, perhaps not, perhaps not in this interview, but in this project that I have with someone else. We maybe like every so often we'll have to make some kind of change to something. So I appreciate that. God willing, you know how it is at the internet with
how it can be. So yeah, now absolutely. If we do have any kind of disconnect, God forbid, on either of our ends, we'll just come right back and be paid each other. And if you absolutely needed to get a hold of me and you could not, just email me. But I don't anticipate. Usually things go pretty smoothly, but uh, you never know, as they say. Absolutely. Yeah. Somebody's always listening. There may be more to the UFO realm. That's right. There you go. Yeah, I think they're probably in at least interested in some aspect of UFOs than perhaps some of the other topics that are out there because it does have so much in terms of science and but yeah, there's just something about the topic that random disconnects and may occur. So I'm glad that we're on this. I would love to, John. John, I have to make an edit. I'm so sorry already. You're saying you have to make an edit? Yes, I forgot to mute one of my computers, and I don't want somebody coming in and they'll interrupt us. So I just muted it. So sorry for that. So if we could try take two. Thank you so much for the opportunity, John. Thank you to your audience. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, nearly 5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic, with the death of a queen, the birth of a nation of a king, and everything. This is a real life intro, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 90s, the phrase content is king was coined, and in my own way, I'm that true today. I'm in my own way the curious why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in the world, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, God, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your audience, your friends, your family, financially independent. If not already, I'd like to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already. I'd like them to be able to perhaps start charity philanthropic organizations of their own. In addition to live streaming my life, I like to talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agriculture drone, agriculture greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, clouding, and certainly some of the top may be of interest to your eye are the push for alien disclosure, additionally, whistleblower amnesty, and some of the other topics that I feel are important to be able to push the topic of ufology from a fringe topic into the mainstream to take this very important subject seriously. It is. Most certainly. I like to talk about things that unite us as a people and not so much things that divide us. And I feel that we are all 99.9% the same DNA. We are very species, and my streams and my project, I would say, is a catalyst for making people understand that we all just aren't that different. If I may take a moment, I will show the audience all of the live streams on which I'm live 24 hours, and this is just some of them. But as you can see, there are quite a few different live streams that are going 24 hours a day, 60 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If I may ask, John, have you ever seen the movie Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. So it's similar to that. And one of the things that I like for my project to do is show that no matter your race, color, creed, background, economic status, we're all not that different. And there's a lot more that unites us as a species than that which divides us. And particularly, as I'm excited to discuss with you, on the topic of ufology, that we may not be alone on this earth as a species, and perhaps have had visitors. And I'd like to get into a 2020 interview of former Israeli space agency, a former Israeli aerospace expert, and one of the heads of the Israeli space agency, Chaim Ashed, and some of the statements that he made that attracted worldwide attention. Do you mind if I do so? Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. No, not at all. And I did not have media presence prior to the pandemic one. I was your what you would consider to be a traditional black hat Orthodox Jew, going to shul or synagogue 3 days. Um, Generally kept a very low profile. By trade, I'm a certified project. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, had major contracts for Fortune 100 organizations, and my life when the pandemic hit changed drastically. I was no longer taking the 405 in Los Angeles to work every day in suit and tie, and my even from a religious standpoint, many services that we would have and classes that we would have went virtual as well. And I had to get comfortable being someone who was never on camera to being on camera for 8 to 10 hours a day for a work perspective, and then another 2 or 3 hours from a community perspective, and recognize that already about 12 to 15 hours of my day was on some kind of camera publicly. And I would say that this reduced my anxiety over the course of the being on camera, getting comfortable. But it was not until all of 2021 that after work I would hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in California, and I wanted and for any golfers out there who may know, it's important to analyze your swing. And I would take out my phone and start to record myself. I could do better where I was lacking, and I would make little jokes to myself while I was on camera that the ball there, or I sliced the ball there, I hooked the ball there, and I thought this information is maybe not that important right now, but might think that this is interesting. See what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic when we were basically having to stay 6 feet apart and with all of the protocols. And so at night after work, the range, I would upload that data to the cloud. I was just storing it for my own personal time capsule, essentially. And it was taking me a very long time to do. I would get throttled by data providers and ISPs and cellular providers, and with hours of content. And I thought, you know what, there's just got to be a better way, and it's known as streaming. And it was fall of 2021. I realized that if I'm gonna be on camera already for 12 to 15 hours a day, well, what's the big deal about showing the world the rest of my life and really just making this image? I had seen that movie. I was familiar with Big Brother, the television show, and I thought, you know what? If I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody else. I don't want to do it from one angle. I'm going to buy many different devices. I have more than 33 different devices that are streaming constantly 24/7, and I give the world essentially a portal into my life. And that's basically how it got started. And since then, I've been able to build a community, particularly on Discord. We have thousands of people who have connected with me there and who are members of our community. And there are actually other people who live stream their lives simultaneously while I live stream my life. So we've made this somewhat of a group, a group activity. And it's just a matter of time, I feel, until more and more people find out about what I do, and perhaps the opportunity to go viral will occur. And when that occurs, that's when we're really going to start to push things like worlds, things like ending world hunger, ending world thirst, and certainly alien discovery. Certainly, I've streamed as far as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in California, and general device. But I have had a family uh, with cellular providers at once that are live streaming. Usually can only be live streamed either. Usually about two cell phones, and then I also do my best to use GoPros. So I'll even have a GoPro on my chest to give a first-person view. I've had it on my hat. I certainly um, have to keep an eye out so that I don't try anything like that. But usually it's a cell phone, and then I upload that usually to social media platform, generally Instagram or TikTok are the efficient that I have found. And I have a special filter that can illuminate my life or illuminate my face. I should holding the device so that I can have a free hand if needed. But it does get complicated, and the IRL in real live streams are much more complicated in terms of things that I would never expected, like heat, overheating of the device, batteries. I need to have power banks. Certainly, things like glare that you wouldn't think would be all that bad when you're outside in the height of the sunshine. It can get very difficult to be able to navigate the screen. And certainly illumination. Those are just a few of the things I run into. Of course, sound, and then the other challenges people and activities around myself. But I do have a large amount of content, and when I do IRL streaming, certainly I can't take 33 different devices, but I do my best to take multiple devices and have redundant streams just in case I have any kind of disconnect. I do my best. Christian, I was a UFO skeptic for a good portion of my life, and I don't think I'm alone in that. Really, especially during my adolescence and such, the internet wasn't fast enough and communication wasn't good enough for us to be able to get sort of quality evidence that we now have. And moreover, the ability to put this evidence into numbers. The event that really changed my perspective on UFO was my viewing of the Disclosure Project. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but it's a 2001 press conference, 2001 at the National Press Corps in Washington, D.C., or the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., that was hosted by Dr. Stephen Greer. And I saw this in 2008 approximately, and I was just delving into some of the secrets of the world. So to speak. The ufology subject was I really hadn't delved. In fact, I was a major skeptic of it. I debated my friends and people close that. I just if it were real or it were true, there would be evidence about it. It couldn't be such a secret. And that's when my life changed, when the more than a dozen or so witnesses, all aspects of society, including people who worked for the FAA, people who worked for the military, and just people who worked at NASA, organizations, and they all came with a unified front stating that these objects are real, that we are being visited, that we and that we need to take this very time that I really started to delve into the subject. Casual Coast AM listener, perhaps just because I was more of a night owl at times, and that's what was on AM radio. But this made me realize that many of these, I would say, firsthand accounts were true, and to at least gives more credibility than I once had. And I delved then into the Bob Lazar story, into alien abductees, and then in the decades since that time, there were certainly the publishing on the front page of the New York Times of the Tic Tac episode and the USS Nimitz off the coast of San Diego, and now into the 2020s, we have some of the document releases and video releases that we've had of the different administrations. And there's a lot more evidence now than there once was, and the internet improved, documentaries improved, and just the availability for people to publish information improved, and that really changed my tune on this subject. That's okay. No, in fact, the idea of alien existence and existence does not contradict within Judaism. Previous post-scholars, the member rabbinate rabbis within history have made some comments publicly that have stated not necessarily that we're not alone, what I'm doing is unique, but that if we are not the only type of higher intelligence in the universe, that this is part of God. And for whatever reason, it's perhaps not in Torah or the Hebrew Bible, so to speak, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to reject it and that we have to be closed minded subject. Moreover, there have been different strategies of how we would handle this event if we weren't alone. Does that mean that we continue to keep kosher? Yes. Does that mean that we continue to honor the Shabbat? Yes, absolutely. Does that mean that we continue our familial traditions and our holidays? Absolutely. Just like with any event or any kind of advancement in technology, Judaism has adapted, and as a religion will continue to adapt, especially as more people are being made aware of the reality that we are not alone. Now, with that being said, I have taken my rabbinical colleagues in the modern Orthodox world and the Hasidic world, and there are basically 2 points here. There's the more progressive modernist approach, which is chances are that we're probably not alone, and that panspermia or guided panspermia may be a reality. When I say panspermia, the fact that life may have been brought from somewhere else, perhaps guided panspermia actually may have been seeded here from a higher intelligence. And if that's the case, what do we do with Bereshit, with Genesis, the creation story? And we don't necessarily need to throw out baby with the bathwater. Usually, the approach is that this idea may have been metaphorical. It may be just the more traditional sense is simply there's only God, and that's it. And depending on which campus idea, you may have the more traditional idea, but that traditional camp is having many people who are moving to the more progressive camp. I can tell you exactly one event that I had. I was in a Chabad. For those who don't know, Chabad is a, uh, a Hasidic dynasty, and one of the a Chabad rabbi, and I showed him a photo of Russian MiG that was flying and had a UFO in the background. And I remember him saying, "There is only God," and that's basically stand going to be, because if not, his job would have been in jeopardy. His community would have had some type of awakening and of the line, taking this to more progressive people within my community, and especially behind closed doors, we recognize that there's a lot of evidence out there that we are not alone, and we have to handle the mature fashion. So, from a Jewish perspective, though, neither camp necessarily recognizes that there's a direct contradiction. Some people may say that there is only God, but that doesn't necessarily mean that UFOs or aliens absolutely cannot exist. But perhaps that rabbi in particular, or people in that camp, don't know how it all works. They reference there's only God, but I would say that that is a position is lessening, especially over the decades, with different governmental organizations that are recognizing the reality that may not be alone, and the growing, not just within Judaism, but in society in general, that recognizes that we are not alone, and that we are now the majority of us of people believe we are not alone, and we have to be okay with that. Exactly, that's exactly right. And that's exactly right. And it's a great analogy. Absolutely. I agree with you. One thing that I feel that perhaps a different stance on, but I think that really we should all, if we're being rational, reasoned individuals, is knows anything for sure. And so these, whether it's religion or politics or society, no one really knows anything for sure. So whatever our belief is in religion, um, that's just what it is. It's a belief, not pure knowledge. And we have to be okay with that, that we are perfect that point of view. That can you really know anything? Perhaps can't. It's just your opinion. And certainly, I'm in agreement with you. Perhaps many aspects of the biblical story are very earth based, and that doesn't mean that there can't be another extraterrestrial intelligence that has their own origin story, that these origin stories can't somehow be connected. And just because there's no reference in our origin story or our biblical story to another species origin story, that there can't be some divine plan that of which I'm not aware or no one on earth is aware. These stories can all work like a band quilt of what is of earth or of life in the universe. And perhaps one day an advanced species will be able to reveal that to humanity, or perhaps humanity can be able to. But for anyone out there who's listening who says, I absolutely know how this is, nobody absolutely knows. And so, John, you're an expert in subjects, and I'm an expert in some of the subjects which I'm just, and anyone who wants to be very truthful will recognize and answer that I don't really know anything. Right? As much of an expert as you could be, right? Exactly. I'm in, and no, in agreement with you. Yes, we do have some people who have expertise in areas, uh, but if you really ask them, they're just giving their subjective opinion with immense amounts of evidence that they've had over their experience, and that's what makes an expert. But no one can really say that I absolutely know anything. Everything could be a simulation, be a hallucination. We this is really a subjective opinion of what within a religious standpoint. People many times say, no, this is how it must be. And I what your religion is, that's just someone, and we're entitled and you're entitled to believe whatever you, but there's a difference between belief and absolute no. Absolutely. And no different. Even within there are different branches within Judaism, specific into the different dynasties, weakening ways of orthodoxy. When you really get down to, you'll get into your own community, and people have differing opinions on how it all occurred. And I'm sure that's the same in whatever religion it is. And then you'll get instances, I've been in instances, and shockingly, where you can be in the same community and get two completely different answers on a given subject. And then you start to recognize that, all right, these are just people's opinions and nobody really knows. And we have to be okay with that. Many times, people, especially within a religious sense, feel as if their religious leaders have absolute knowledge on a subject, and they don't. And anyone who tells you that they do is either being irrational or they're lying to you. We can just do what we can and from the best experience that we have to be able to answer certain scenarios. But in reality, no one. And in the same way, in other religions, that there is there are diverse opinions on certain subjects. Judaism is no different. That's okay. His name is, yep, his name is, and he is the person in 2020 who made claims, some really interesting claims that we'll get into. But basically, he was the head of Israel's space security program, and he was involved in the development of Israeli satellite technology. He's recognized as a leading figure in the Israeli aerospace community, received national awards for his contributions. Some of these awards are not even have not even been defined as to why he won them. So he was really at the really top echelon of the Israeli defense. To give people an idea, he was uh, basically the equivalent of a brigadier general, and to give the understanding, Israel at any given time only has about 24 generals. So this would be like a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff who made these claims, a very high prominent individual within the Israeli government, and as many people, the Israeli government is many times secretive on many different subjects, but especially its defense program. So for him, as a retired member of the defense program, to make these claims really caused a major stir. And in this interview, I should preface by saying in November of 2020, Shed published a book where he did an interview with a newspaper. And within the newspaper, the interview and the book were only published in Hebrew. So we've had to use translations, or translated what is necessary to be able to convey the most important aspects of what occurred. And then there was a translation that was also done into English in the Jerusalem Post. And what he claimed was that there are extraterrestrials that exist, but extraterrestrials exist. There are civilizations that exist. That government has of these extraterrestrial phenomena. That there's a pull relationship between humanity and advanced civilizations. He discusses humanity's readiness for disclosure and the future evolution of human consciousness. So, like, that's a huge amount for anybody to make, but especially someone in the highest echelons of the Israeli military. He made these claims when he was 87 years old, and he felt that he had nothing. He had achieved everything that necessary within his professional life. He retired in around 2012, became a contractor, consultant, and a professor and lecturer. And so he felt that he had nothing to lose, and he stated specifically on extraterrestrial life that humanity is not in the universe, and that he argued that the size and age make it highly possible that intelligent life has developed elsewhere. With billions of galaxies containing billions of stars, he makes the understandable suggestion that Earth is unlikely to be the only place where advanced intelligence has emerged. However, he's going into some specifics that these extraterrestrial civilizations are observing humanity, that some of these civilizations are far more technologically advanced than humans, that contact between humanity and these advanced beings has occurred for some time, and that humanity is still developing toward a greater understanding of its place in the universe. His statements connect philosophical arguments that exist. That if intelligent life exists elsewhere, how would humanity respond? And really, there is some. Of course, his statements are of interest, but the next question that emerges is, what's your evidence for this? And he doesn't really provide for much evidence. He doesn't say, I was briefed on this, or someone told me this. Much of this is just based on his experience, and he doesn't have any. It's not like he has any piece of hardware from another planet or another species. We have to rely on his word alone, which is difficult. And but for anyone who's familiar with ufology, that's par for the course. That's what happens. Very rarely do we get anyone with any major type of evidence because when they do, they get a knock at their door and they can search generally. One of the really interesting things that Chaim Eshed discussed is something called the Galactic Federation. So, what is this Galactic Federation? He describes it as the possible association or an organization involving advanced organizations. According to his statements, this federation includes cooperation among different intelligence organizations, exchange of knowledge during the developing civilization, the Earth would do this, and then a cautious approach toward younger civilizations, such as what we have here on Earth. And he states that the that there's a program perhaps between the United States and some type of federation where there is an exchange of knowledge, perhaps some type of base. Actually, these are claims that he makes that, frankly, are hard for me to even believe. And I'm going to be just kind of read a lot within ufology. And again, for anyone out there who's listening, I do want to convey I'm the reporter of this. I don't know whether this is all true or not, but he claims he also states that the United States is not alone with its connection to the Galactic Federation. He states that Japan, the United Kingdom, China, and perhaps some other countries are involved as well, which if mean that perhaps higher multiple nations are of this, and the other, as humanity has not yet reached a level of maturity required for open interaction with these civilizations. That the idea of a galactic federation could that's popular within ufology, but we don't have any proof of this. So it is something that you do want to take with a grain of salt, but it is quite. So with that, before we move on, love to hear what you have to think of some of these claims. Absolutely. Agree with you. Yes, we saw the movies and television shows of the 1950s, certainly with Star Trek in the 1960s and Star Wars in the 1970s, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Then we move into E.T., we get into Independence and many of the developments that we've seen within media since then. And it does seem like we are being trained in some type of soft disclosure. So if and when the event occurs that we have global disclosure, there is a panic that we saw this thing. We've basically had 80 years or so at least be able to prepare for it. And when I say 80 years, I'm really referencing Roswell, but really you could even make arguments before then that we could have had Foo Fighters and that somebody knew something, and then getting into certainly the airships that were viewed in the 9th century and everything before. So I don't want to say that we're getting prepared for told you so, but it would be a surprise. And let's just be honest, if you want to keep society as you could and you want to maintain the status quo, it would be a smart strategy. And that leads me in the next point that I'd like to make, and what Hamish had said is that why haven't we had extra? The major reasons that are given, which may not be a surprise to people, question humanity's place in creation. Well, we referenced earlier, these are natural conversations that people would want to have, and the one that still exists, no matter how much I have about around it, is humans were seated here, which seeders. Eventually, who started it all? And then questions: what happened once before the Big Bang? The questions that still exist. This does not necessarily solve, but the big one that it does solve is: are we alone? Other potential impacts include political challenges, economic uncertainty, certainly changes in philosophy and culture, and really questions about uniqueness. Usually, this concept is sometimes called ontological shift, which is something completely unexpected about reality, could transform how people understand themselves and existence, and thus I think we programmed to reduce the amount of ontological shock that may occur. If that's true, see it in it with Disclosure Day this summer, uh, and all of you name it. Every year, a handful of movies come out to reveal a little bit more that perhaps may exist, and we're just all waiting for that one. Whether it's craft over our major cities or it's on the 24-hour news stations, that we are not alone in. How do we handle this? I'm in agreement with you. And, it would be like seeing the wizard behind the giant curtain. Then are we believing politicians, royals, or people in power? We recognize that not even you are, and that would be that would definitely disrupt the status quo, and people don't want that. It could absolutely shake up the banking industry. It could shake up technology. For those people who control those different, they want to maintain that status quo. And I'm in agreement with you. It's about power, and the people who have the power don't want to give that up. And this disclosure definitely would. Moreover, say that we recognize that we weren't being told the truth on many of these different subjects. And once that happens, then what can you believe? From a health perspective, from a sociological perspective, a political perspective, a religious perspective. If you weren't being truthful to this one major anything that you say, either in the past and perhaps more importantly, into the future with me as your John Q citizen. And I would say that that can cause some major issues as well. Um, and then maybe, well, I would say there would be a major questions that would be asked if you have the power of anti-gravity. Let's just say, why are we wasting time with planes? If you have the ability to perhaps teleport, why are we wasting time with trains? uh, Many of the just almost like science like technologies that get discussed with alien disclosure become at the forefront. We would have an advancement, a millennium, with just and they don't want, and they recognize that this soft disclosure, this slow seeping out of the technology has been the way since Roswell, and perhaps that wants to continue. While in the classified realm, it is advanced. I have heard the phrase, for every 1 year that we advance on the surface, we advance over 100 years within classified programs. And that means that much of this information, much of this technology that may be uh, reverse engineered is advanced at a very quick rate, but it's just not being disclosed to the public. People would demand disclosure. If we relate space time uh, or gravity, why aren't we using this? So these are definitely some questions that would emerge. And one interesting Chaim stated when he made claims, this was during the first administration, and Chaim claimed that Donald Trump was aware of this. He stated that President the information related to extraterrestrial matters, according to the reports from the interview. He stated that Trump had considered revealing information, but was discouraged because humanity was not ready. Generally, this was one of the more controversial parts of the interview, and really, we don't have any publicly verified evidence confirming that Trump knows anything. This was quite interesting because usually we don't hear about a sitting U.S. president having direct knowledge of aliens. It's something that I have always wondered. I understand why it doesn't happen, but one of the major questions that president or anyone, what do you know about it? What did they tell you? Is it something that you can either say that we can neither confirm or deny? Where are we at? Presidents aren't asked, and disheartening to me because that's one of the first questions that I think any inquiring mind would want to ask, and it is not asked. And so now with the second Trump administration that we've had, there's some good news in some of disclosure in terms of disclosure of some of the documents and videos that have been published, but we're not getting answers to this. Very frustrating that you can put out a video. Firstly, we have a defense budget of $1 trillion a year, and you're not able to answer what this craft is that traveled thousands of miles per hour and basically left you in the dust, and you're not willing to reference it. At a certain point, it becomes almost a show that getting the information, and for those who view it and those who want to research it, you can get to you some conclusions, but until it's a state this now a higher intelligence, people will just continue living their life with their in their phones and not paying attention to that which is really important. We may not be alone in the different aspects of how that could change humanity. And I think that's quite interesting that people don't demand answers. Look, the government just put out a video of something that basically accelerated multiple times faster than our best aircraft, and we can't do anything about it. Isn't that a national security issue? Or we receive no information regarding this? Right. And well, and frustrating that well, it's not. It's realistic then that's realistic, but we recognize that a conclusion that we're alone, and that the issues that we experience here on Earth are really very, very childish, and recognize that we need to mature as a civilization amongst all nations and focus on that which really causes issues like hunger, thirst, transportation. Um, we're just really bickering amongst ourselves and some of these other subjects. But I absolutely recognize that, okay, how does, if alien discovery happens today, what does that have to do with the cost of tea in China? Or what does that have to do with gas in the but when we recognize involves essentially close to unlimited power sources, and that you would never need to gas in your car anymore, that can wake people up. But it's a hard bridge to gap because people don't recognize that this is the connection between alien technology and what the loaf is. So I absolutely understand that, and uh, recognize that that's how people will continue to think until they're educated that, hey, if we can come to the conclusion that we're not alone, the cost of energy perhaps goes down. The use of robotics and uh, 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 certainly different advanced technologies makes it so that you don't have to go to work anymore. Uh, Perhaps we can have a universal basic income. You can spend time with it. Well, that's in an ideal world, and I also think there's a certain contingent that wants to, like an ostrich with its head in the. They don't want to know, and they just want to reject everything because it is scary to think that we are not the head of the food chain, even with Earth, and the idea that our evolution has been manipulated or modified, and our DNA made purely organic. That can that's very scary to an individual. Perhaps don't have the necessary education, or you're very traditional or perhaps extremely religious. That can take a lot of your mental, your worldview, and when that happens, people decide to reject it. And so, getting back to what I previously said, the idea of soft disclosure, perhaps maybe doing this slowly, but so that there isn't massive pay, have some type of disclosure. I find it interesting that in the 1940s, so if you were to put people on the human being alone in the universe, majority of people probably would either we were alone in the universe or so alone on Earth. But now, if you look at the Pew Research CBS polls, majority of people think we are not alone. Whether that means some kind of interaction in species occurring on Earth, a majority of us feel that we are not alone. And when you're the majority, that's a major been able to overcome within the world of ufology, and those who push for disclosure. No longer, when you go into a minority, you have to feel like you have a fringe idea. Recognize that you are the majority, and that probably if you do an open discussion, and between 75% and sometimes in some rooms, of people recognize that we are not, and we have to be okay with it. And you say to yourself, I can't mention this. I can't mention this I can't mention this at work. But these are and then you kind of have this secret bond amongst these people, and this happens with many societal movements, and UFO not alone in that. I agree with you. They have to face, especially they don't want to be seen the person who believes in whatever it is that may have lose credibility in the eyes of others. If we may go down the so I'm not an expert in Bigfoot but I do the topic to some extent, the ufology phenomenon. And there are stories. There is some type of perhaps between two. I don't know what it is, and you would have the evidence for it, but there's something to this. And so something that I'd like to say on this subject for anyone out there. So I'm a futurist, and I talk a lot about the future in terms of, and if I may just say, like transhumanism, life extension technology, mind uploading, where with someone's consent, and consent is very big to me, you can brain into a computer, a CAT scanner, an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But if that's the way that a species continues into the future, you can basically be a shapeshifter of whatever you want to be. And if we take a very advanced civilization that has access to this type of technology, they could essentially shapeshift into whatever they want to be. And an 8 10 foot or six whatever type of hairy beast may be something, if you could shapeshift, would be something that you could shapeshift into. So whether Bigfoot exists here on Earth, I don't know. But somewhere in the universe, there's a very high likelihood that some type of Chewbacca-like being does exist. If you just look at it from a numbers position, then you get into the idea. Okay, does this exist on Earth? Is the Patterson Grimley video true? All of those questions. I'm not here to make those determine. I'm a novice in all of this, but what I am saying is, if you do believe that we are that that other extraterrestrial life exists from a numbers perspective, something out there resembles Bigfoot. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Please. Totally, just absolutely. I agree with you, and especially when you go to um, Aboriginal people or indigenous people. There's definitely some kind of connection. This isn't a modern phenomenon, and um, it, it's the questions that I have that I wish I had the to which I have the answer. But I am confident in saying if extraterrestrial life exists, it exists in many different shapes, sizes, and types. And the idea of some type of hairy being, not is in terms of a potentiality, there's a very high potential of it. And so whether that is the species that visits Earth, that I don't know. It's a screen, I don't know. Something that I don't find in other aspects of ufology. It's not like everybody plays basketball sees UFOs, or everybody who enjoys coffee has a. There isn't anything like that, but there are these strange connections in the past and the modern era between big and UFOs, and hopefully, where the as we continue to advance, to be able to make connections there. One thing that I would say I'm very disappointed in, and I don't know, I'll ask you if you're disappointed in this. With the advancement of uh, cameras, we have the ability, I find, to have better uh, evidence for UFOs, especially the advent of the smartphone and just digital cameras in general. You every once in a while see someone who claims to see a Bigfoot or something like that, but the use of trail cams, we don't see well as I would want to, like we see some of the other that get caught on trail cams. I think that if what exists, or perhaps is some type of extraterrestrial, that they manipulate cameras. Hey, that's similar. Had thought, and this idea of wavelengths. I think we delve into this enough. We're only on the visible lights. Uh, I know when I was first learning about ufology and UFOs in general, people would show video from the visible light perspective and it would just look like the sky. But then when you turn on infrared, the sky is littered with unidentified crafts. The reverse could be possible, or that they're to perhaps use some type of invisibility or some type of advanced power or technology to be able to avoid the being recorded of some sort. Would you say that the uh, well, and another aspect of this too, that the cameras themselves, while silent to you and me, may not be silent to them as well, and may be giving off a frequency that's high pitched, or just a dead giveaway. Um, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but that's always been a question that I've had. And and then the other question in these terms of just the Bigfoot perspective, why don't we find bodies? It's an excellent. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. And if they are extraterrestrial, maybe they send some type of team to get that body if it ever does occur, or um, I'm not exactly sure what it is. But for anyone out there who doubts the existence of a large, hairy being, and you also believe in extraterrestrials, that we are not alone, somewhere out there, the idea of a reptilian exists, a tall white exists, the Aryans exist, certainly the small grays exist, and the idea of it of a hairy ape-like primate-like being should also exist as well. And when I say that we aren't necessarily alone, uh, and the idea that reptilians may visit, or perhaps the small grays, we can't count out that some type of hairy being could exist as well, just because it resembles a primate. Certainly, certainly. And I've heard alien abduction cases that are generally the Zetas, the alien Greys, but we've even heard reptilians, and I've heard of the hairy primate-like alien extraterrestrials. Whether we can believe that or not, I'm not sure. Whether this is the same being that is recognized as Yeti or Sasquatch or Bigfoot, I'm not sure either. But to me, the idea that some type of being out there exists in the universe is somewhat inevitable, just like the idea that a higher intelligence or extraterrestrial life is inevitable. It's just a numbers game. And for anyone out there who says, I may believe in aliens, but I don't believe in Bigfoot, well, let's define what do we consider to be Bigfoot, because if we recognize that species are diverse outside of Earth, just like they are on Earth, but perhaps extraterrestrial species, then don't basically reject the idea that a hairy species could exist. And if you want to say it's Chewbacca, you can say it's Chewbacca. If you want to say it's Bigfoot, it's Bigfoot. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there can't be some kind of cryptozoological primate that's on Earth as well. But I just, for anyone who is wondering, uh, this is something that may have some type of connection to ufology, and no one really knows. But it is something that we do find as an overlap, and I'm glad that we were able to pick your brain on that a little bit and give both of our standpoints on it. If I may, I'd like to discuss what Chaim Eshed said about consciousness. Is that okay? Oh, certainly. Mhm. Yeah, I have heard this, that uh, they were like initially given to troops, but then taken away very shortly thereafter because you could see things that they didn't want to be seen. But perhaps more about this subject. Right. So, two, uh, well, people who interpret it to be referencing other civilizations generally references the Nephilim, the fallen ones, generally is what's referenced, and that's in two parts of the Bible. Usually, there are two camps in how this is interpreted. One is that these were extra an extraterrestrial species that mated with the women of Earth, perhaps reproduce. The more traditional sense of this, especially with theism, is that Nephilim is like giants, and giants could be interpreted perhaps as just nobility. But you're absolutely right. There is a question there. Okay, yes, absolutely. That too. Apologies. Certainly, messen. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It doesn't exist. Uh, and absolutely true. It doesn't say that this is the only thing that exists anywhere in the universe either. That Earth is. It just basically gives information, but doesn't really say that this is the only information. And yes, angels are referencing do have some good messengers of God, but what does that even mean? What could a messenger mean? Something in the sky, some type of being that is non-human. And then I should also reference another major point that is given within the Hebrew Bible of some type of alien evidence or evidence of aliens is Ezekiel's wheel from Ezekiel 1. Basically, a vision that the prophet Ezekiel had. Some people interpret this flying disc or this wheel as a flying disc with eyes around it and different faces. Other people say that it's just a vision that was had. And it's really up to the individual on how they want to interpret it. But yes, uh, if we were to take our opinion of thousands of years ago and we were trying to explain an alien entity, angels would be a great way to be able to utilize we, uh, perhaps some entity was seated here. Feeling would be a great way to do it. If we were trying to reference a flying disc, uh, perhaps a vision would be a way to do that, and would probably be the best way that an ancient people would be able to do it. And if we just say that no, it's absolutely that angels are messengers. If we absolutely say that Nephilim are perhaps nobility, and we absolutely a flying disc or a wheel was just a vision, we may be closed-minded to the idea that ancient people were trying to communicate something, just didn't have the ability to do it with as much accuracy as we do today. Well, it is there are multiple ways, but right, that's absolutely correct. That's absolutely. I, I, I agree with you. And to the earlier point that you made, because it's not necessarily stated in the Bible, does not mean that it can't. The North America, South America are not referenced in the Bible. They exist. Australia, parts of Asia, parts of never referenced in the Bible. But no one would uh, necessarily deny them, or at least reasonable people wouldn't necessarily deny them. So the idea that the humans being the only species, the idea of perhaps angels, that God only made humans and only made angels, and that's it for all of the universe. These are just not things that are, and I think that the people who are interpreting uh, many of the things that they experienced did a phenomenal job to the best of their ability with communication, lack of communication, or I should say, lack of education, and certainly communication and all of the knowledge that we have in the modern age. Uh, we have to recognize that the Bible isn't necessarily a history book, that it is a story. It's a story of a people, but that interpretation has varied over the course of thousands of years, and no one really knows for sure. And that is certainly true in terms of angels, in terms of different visions and prophecies. No, 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 that's absolutely fine. And these are excellent topics that you're bringing up. So I'm glad that you have. And I should be more open minded, thinking, oh, he's referencing the film because I get asked that all the time. Uh, but yes, angels as beings as well is certainly some reference within the Bible. And which is for anyone out there and peers, and they may say, well, my religious leader says that we know. I got news for you. Nobody knows. These are just the best interpretations that people have. Uh, that's absolutely true. And uh, we have to handle this subject with cautiousness and care. And but with any topic, we're only taught that which our teacher taught us or the research that we, but nothing can be verified with 100% certainty. So we still, I feel I get asked this quite often. Is it difficult to have religious understanding and tradition? And I think that UFOs exist and futurology and technology, and I see these as being uh, very similar realms that times people use that which they can't express with technology, and they put it in a religious realm, and then evidence comes out or understanding occurs, then it moves more into the secular world. And at the end of the day, when people ask me, what do you believe is God? Uh, Energy. Or some, it depends what you want to reference it as. Many scientists, that's what Einstein believed, that his God is, he referenced was Spinoza's God, and Spinoza thought nature was God. I don't mean to say what you believe or shouldn't believe, but anyone out there who's very uh, scientifically motivated, when there are some religious people who just believe that God could be the energy that puts a smile on your face or allows you to appreciate a sunset or your family. There's nothing wrong with that. And some people call that religion, and others science. And I can justify both realms can exist, and it's for one people they reference that as a religious tradition, people a secular or scientific tradition, and they don't have and this may give evidence because ideas of almost things that you can't prove. And one thing that Chaim Mashed said about consciousness, death, and the possibility that consciousness continues after the body ends, he suggests that consciousness is part of a universal network, and that may give uh, some some peace to some individuals that perhaps there is an afterlife. Perhaps it's not as it's described in religious texts or from religious teachings, but there may be some type of universal network that exists, that human awareness is perhaps connected to a larger cosmic structure, and that death is not necessarily the end, but it's possibly a transformation rather than a complete ending, and that is a very religious understanding from all major religions generally, that we don't just end when we die, and so that may give some people some peace, and the idea this is in line with the philosophy of consciousness, many spiritual traditions, the study of near death experiences, NDEs, and just speculative interpretations of quantum theory. And so when we talk about some of these religious ideas like the afterlife or what are angels and things like that, many of them have scientific answers to them. Perhaps now, I don't know if what Chaim Mashed was able to um, was able to state is necessarily true, but there are those in the religious camp who will say, "I knew it. I knew there was an afterlife. That makes sense." And there are people from a scientific perspective who would say that makes the interpretations of quantum theory. And it doesn't mean that either side is necessarily wrong. That there's just different interpretations of the same concept. I would love that. I would love that. That this has been a really wonderful conversation. If I may give a bookend to the Chaim Mashed story before we close. Excellent. So, 2020, Chaim Mashed makes these statements during the pandemic. No one really knows what to do with them. They make international news and everything. And then he goes dark for probably 6 years or so, uh, 5.5 years or so. And no one hears from him, and everyone's really curious what happened to Shed. Did he die? Is he alive? What's going on? He is alive. He's still alive. Came out in June 2026, so just a couple months ago, in an interview with Uri Geller, another fellow who has his own connection to the supernatural and such. And they basically did an interview, this time in English. Chaim Mashed was okay, that he had been visited at his in Israel shortly after he made these claims that did by some type of dark figures, some type of men, and basically uh, informed that they had a lot of intelligence about him, things that were deeply personal to him, aspects that he didn't think that anyone else could know, very private information, and additionally information regarding nuclear secrets. And at 87 years old, back in 2020, that he should be silent. But for whatever reason, well, he did say specifically that once he was able to connect with Uri Geller, and he thought that now being 93 or so, it was perhaps the right rescind any of the information that he had, so that the idea of the Galactic Federation, he stands by that, and that he is okay. There's a reason why he had silent for all these years, and I find it quite interesting that this just happened just recently. So perhaps by the next time we meet, we may have some more information on this. Maybe not. That might be the end of the story. But I find this story fascinating because it is someone who is a credentialed individual in another country who makes these claims are major about everything from the federation to consciousness. Much of this story that he tells, this information that he reveals, has ability within religious circles and doesn't necessarily, there doesn't have to be a direct contradiction. And so, with that, John, I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share this information. I look forward to a potential of you in the future. Do you mind if I tell people how they can find me? Excellent. So the easiest way to view my life is to type Rothschild, RABBI, ROTHSCHILD, into YouTube and filter my live. I want you to my live so that you can see portals into my life from all of my cameras. Hashtag ViralRabbi or Rabbi Rothschild into any search engine, social media, or AI platform of your desire, and you'll find more information there than you'll ever find on social media than any. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, 10,000 Kick accounts. I am the most documented person in global history, and one of the major pursuits of it, in addition to world peace, ending world hunger, is certainly the promotion of alien disclosure for the betterment of humanity. If people want to find my social media, the best way to do so is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I give people a unique opportunity to connect with me 24 hours a day in my Discord, which is discord.me/Rabbi. Not only we types of discussions, but we games, we watch sports, certainly we watch movies. It's a really wonderful community of thousands of people, and it grows every day. So if anybody's out there who wants to be a member of the community, you don't have to be Jewish, you don't have to be religious. We welcome people, all backgrounds. The only thing that we ask is that you're an adult, and you're more than welcome to live in there with me if you want. And we do have other people who live in my Discord with me, and I am someone who's there to friend. I lend pastoral assistance to individuals. We are really people who are looking for answers in this world, and we to the best of our ability. And if I don't know the answer to your question, I'll do to find the answer to your question. You can also at rabbirothschild.medium.com. I publish multiple on topics on technology, on sociology, social justice, on humanity, on futurism, technology, you name it. Generally an avid on the subject. And with that, I want to again thank you for being here today to be able to speak to you and to communicate to your audience. And I look forward to doing it again in the future. Thank you. Absolutely. Excellent too. Love to personally. However, from a religious point of view, we as rabbis are not encouraged to do so because many times it opens into different religious backgrounds and uh, who's right and who's wrong. I personally, I recognize, I absolutely recognize that. As of right now, at least within my communities, I've been encouraged not to do that. Though I want to personally, I do respect that. It really goes back about 1,000 years to a series of debates between rabbis and religious leaders within the church, and it's kind of a tradition that we stand by. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I will always this stance. But at least right now, for the respect of my community, I will at least pass on that invitation. But again, in a couple of years, maybe when I have uh, gained more, uh, perhaps visibility, I would love to have that conversation because that is certainly of interest to me. But I do respect my community and their wishes. Just avoid any kind of. I know it's not a debate either. We were really try to be getting to the heart of the matter, but there is a certain fear that perhaps it will to different religious backgrounds. So for right now, perhaps no, but again, I'm not saying forever. That makes sense. Absolutely. Excellent. And that absolutely get into more religious aspects of ufology and perhaps demonology or whatever you may wish, or more topics that we may have in the development of disclosure, or perhaps government declassification of information. I'm all about that. If I may ask, so it's right now August of 2026. Um, I do this. I try to ask this of podcasters opportunity to with whom I've had the opportunity to podcast. At a minimum, I'd like to do this again next year. This time next year. Good, good, and I would too. But what I'm saying is, so we can do it whenever you want. But at a minimum, at least, I like to do it. I would want to build relationships with people and have like a timeline of what we thought in 2026, what we thought in 2027, 2028. Because you're a very successful podcaster. You're going to be doing this for some time, and my influence is growing as well. So if anything, let's do one annual one as well, and we can go back and say what kind of development has occurred. But yes, even before then, I would love to do a podcast with you. I would really appreciate that opportunity. Absolutely. That's okay. I understand. Absolutely. Definitely. We'll have. Okay. I'll get my calendar right now. Just one moment. Okay. Okay. Then yeah, send it to me before you do that if you can, and I'll get on that November interview slot, and then oh, okay, excellent. I'll accept right now because I've got my calendar. And one thing that I did with you that I really haven't done, and I've been on in the last like 90 days, I've been on like 30 podcasts or so, which is uh, pretty, I would say, a pretty packed schedule. Um, I don't normally ask people about
I don't normally ask the host questions. Usually I'm the one who is asked. But, you have a certain knowledge that very few people have, especially in terms of Bigfoot. And it's always been a fascination of mine. And so I want you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to ask you not just about what you think they are or their connection with ufology, but also the different wavelengths and different trail cams. Um, that that was something that I know that even my viewers will say, "Oh, this this host is really interesting," because Rabbi normally isn't the one who's asking questions, but made an exception because of the knowledge base of the host. So um, that's that's something that I find interesting. Uh, you should you send reminders better than any other. You do really really job, and that's good. That's good. No, not at all. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's how I want it. We all get busy. We all certainly get busy. Okay, I am at my email, so I am ready for you. Oh, perhaps. Let's see here. I'm refreshing. Oh, now I got it. Apologies. And I, what software do you use to send all your reminders? If I may. Oh, perfect. Yep, I know what it is. Yeah, so there's this person who has a small podcast who I've been assisting, and I had them download or had them register for that within the last 12 hours because it works so well. And so I was wondering, is that how you sent it? So yeah, that's from, okay. Excellent. For a Thursday at 6 p.m. your time, I believe my time. So it'll just like in 4 months or so on a Thursday. If you need to make any change before then, I'm pretty flexible. And okay. Okay, do you want it clear be better? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, well, if you need to, I've got it. No, no worries, no worries. We could certainly reschedule, and that's a great reason. I have no able rescheduling because of the birth of a kid. So, um, and we will post sometime in the summer, but then we're definitely going to do one a year from now. And I like to say this with the podcast host um, that well, like a record where disclosure was in August of 2026 and 2027, 2028. And that's really interesting. And then the Bigfoot topic as well. Are you in the Bigfoot topic? And there's an overlap, but like one disclosure for Bigfoot is right, like that 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 video that's on multiple views or something like
that, or a body, or some type of ability to just what do you think it would take to be okay? So video won't do it, right? I just saw something today on that. Okay. Wow. Yes. Yeah. Sure. Absolutely. Right. What do you thoughts Anderson Kim? Right. Okay. Right. Why? Why? Right. Right. Mhm. It's an excellent point, and especially with how remote it was, just like you said, they were an hour walk away from even a vehicle, and many hours away from civilization. Uh, right. That's right. And I I don't know if this is true. This is just something that you hear in these realms that after the I think maybe probably has changed since 9/11, but after the Zapruder film, the Patterson Gimli video is like the second most viewed video of all time. Like anybody thinks of Bigfoot, that's exactly what they think of, and that's fascinating from a historical point of view. That one video could shape the idea of a whole type of duality, whatever you want to do. Oh, yeah. I've heard of it, but please enlighten me. I do recall this. Yeah. Right. Mhm. Right. Right. And the people around the world, it's not just the Pacific Northwest. It's in a lot of different places. That's fascinating. Sasquatch. Okay. Right. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Right. Mhm. Absolutely right. Who knows is right. Yeah. Uh, Absolutely. I would be comfortable doing that. From more Kabbalistic standpoint, much of this happened post Hebrew Bible, but different interpretations. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Um, yeah, and there are different interpretations, certainly, um, of what kind of their actual physical structure. But yeah, really a spirit of demigod that, and um, there, there are there are night demons. There are references to female demons. Um, Excellent. So we'll make it on demonology. And for that one, if you don't mind, I know we keep it to a conversation. I'd like to send an outline to you to make sure that we're on the same page. Because if there's something else that you want me to reference, but like I'll have the names of everything, and so we don't necessarily have to follow it. But um, yeah, no, I certainly understand that. Certainly, and they were, yeah, most certainly. Okay, so then we'll do that in November, and if we need to adjust for reasons for the grandchild, God willing, I'll be happy to do so. Okay. Wow. This. Okay. very well. And sure, in the meantime, you ensure that I can provide uh, not just background, but be able to answer any questions that you can anticipate an audience member may have. And if you need anything from me in the meantime, please let me know. This is somewhat unique too. Normally, when I do a podcast, sometimes the host and I talk for a few minutes afterward or whatever, but I know you and I could keep on talking for hours if needed. So we both find each other, I think, to be quite interesting. But with that, we'll put a bookmark in our conversation, and Lord is speaking in November, if not, okay? Excellent. Thank you, John. Take care. Bye.
How'd it go?
It was good. He's cool.
And Bigfoot, it's always been an interest of mine. Yeah, it's an interesting topic. Of course, none of this shit is recording. Why? What is this bullshit here? Anything you would have changed? No, it was good.
The issue for him is
Who's right and who's wrong. I personally, I recognize
What up, Miss Aquarius? Yeah, but not busy enough to not play with you.
No, don't let me cry.
How you living, girl?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm not thank God. I just had a podcast that went well. We
That's good. That's why you've been at it. Okay.
scheduled another one for November. This guy is pretty popular, and so his podcasts are like booked way out. So my podcast won't go till January, like 6 months out. But I'm glad I got to do it. And I'm gonna do one that only tomorrow. And I'm gonna do everything I can to get on Smith for upcoming weeks. So overall, it was a good day. How was your day?
I had a good day too.
How was your day? You starting off with a strike.
Yes, it's coming along. I'm myself food for sick right after it because we saw food. But when I said she suggested it on in 4 days, I would still continue to eat myself foods, especially at this temporary feeling. So yeah, I'm gonna just continue to eat my foods right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still taking them antibiotics. I have to take them to the second one. Just, just later one day. That's how then I gotta call after 5 p.m. Eastern time, my time, to see if I gotta still go to jury one day. So, I'll see about that, So, well, like I was more, I love it. I was excited to go. I'm like, really?
Yeah, you go for the nice straight. It's like you're playing out of your face, bro.
No, you just see that curve though. It just looking like a snake.
I saw all of it. You were playing like amazingly.
Yeah. Not good as you though.
Miss Aquarius, all you gotta do is do right here, and we're gonna retake your lead. Get it, girl. Ooh,
Look at me.
that's you. This kid doesn't stand a chance. Got it. Nice girl. Miss Aquarius is playing.
Come on, now, you guys got it. Get
Lights
it.
out. Lights out. I can't compete with that. I gotta slip.
You got it.
Give me this. Oh, that was cool.
Yeah, you did. See?
Yeah.
We can't get with you.
Miss Aquarius, you're balling. You're gonna get this one. All right, you're gonna get this.
I know.
Got 80. Just got that stuff. Just got 85.
Yeah, I'm not good as you.
Get it, girl. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You sure about that? You sure about that, folks? Miss Aquarius.
We don't see what I can see. I have tried. See, I told you I'm not good as Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius, you made it 90 all.
I made the 90 though. It's okay. I got nothing to decide. We win.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I had the coverage. You win, I win, you win. Reload. That was, you make that easy. That was like the sunrise game I think we ever had.
And you won.
You always win.
I won when you win.
You're undefeated. You're undefeated.
Undefeated. Yay. Yeah, you win, I win. I win, you win.
Absolutely.
Every day. Yay. No losers.
There's a lot, girl.
Yeah, you
Get
I'm
this.
with there.
Oh, piece of place. That was very
My
good.
class is with, I don't play with those.
You piece of place. Just what you just got. Oh, and I could get that one.
No.
Piece of place. Now, take the lead. Don't look back.
No.
It's okay.
Cover gotta get off my shoulder. Ah. Yeah, there we go.
Piece of place just gets a dollar.
I got this. Strike it.
No, 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 I got this shot again. This garbage shot. I'm not with these.
You got this. You got it. Get it. No, what's going on? That is not good. What is going on with this? Come on, everybody, got go.
No doubt. No doubt.
You doing it.
Got it.
Yay.
Bingo, bingo, bingo.
Yeah. Go. Oh no, this is a different split. I'm going to do it. Mm-hmm.
You're the only person I've ever seen do
Get
it. Get it. There's a coach, you got the one. And that was good.
You're going to get the lead.
No.
See? Start.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yes, it's right.
We got the lead. Okay, we got it.
Oh, what curve.
We got the lead.
What you play is get this one, and then
No, thank you. It's okay. Don't worry. Go, Rabbi.
oh, down. These two are different.
Yeah.
All right.
You and Alan, undefeated in bowling, undefeated in
Understand. Yay!
that is suppose.
Anybody been in here? I know Brandon.
Yeah, here, Brandon and I talked. Tony was in here. Riser was in here. Everybody was
Raza was in
Yeah, the only person I've met in real life, like internet activities, went and visited Riser in Canada. This guy is he has a business where he travels all over the United States, and so we got to meet somebody that we both know. So that's cool. And he's doing well. His sister's getting married, so that's cool. And then I talked about some business things that he wants to do, which is cool. And yeah. What's weekend, man?
I know it's going to be organized with routine. That is what I'm going to do that this weekend. Yeah. I can remember on Monday. And just get together and so that I go to this then we got like I got county days. They got like spring days. So we got like some bars for a day on here. So some like jungle day that's Saturday, and then we got bars, like burn day at Malo. But I don't think she may not be going to. She might a little bit, but she's gonna just having a cramp in the stomach. That should be fine. And we may go over there. That's what it was, that's what I thought tomorrow. But if she go, I'm not going. I want to go. I'll go with her. So it depends on how I feel. Yeah, we're doing that for 2 months. I'm gonna get my nails done. Yeah, get my nails done tomorrow.
Okay, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. If you can you remind me what are you getting ready for on Monday? Oh, jersey? Yeah. I apologize. I wasn't thinking that was when you were talking about your jeans. Did you say jeans?
Yeah, my jeans I have to organize. I got to still organize this. I would get the sock and stuff, but I got to get my shirt that's in the store because I'm not dressing anymore. I'm in the chest drop. We're trying to organize in my room, and stuff I don't wear no more, or whatever. Take it to Google and stuff like that. And stuff we do. That's that stuff in pop-up room. So my chest drop over, we still, downside. So I'm still trying to organize my dresser real quick. So once I get my chest drop, I'll be good with it. You're big. Yeah.
That's a big deal. Do you get to pick out your bed?
We already got mine.
Okay, that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she got one of mine. She showed me so much where she thinks it would be cool to go pink.
Do you like it?
I already got my new shirt. She put that up yesterday. Yeah.
Do you like
So
the?
we just really started showing the good stuff.
Absolutely. Do you like the bed that you picked out?
Yeah, I do. Color. It's like a wood color. It's not because they don't have so that it's got drawers all right and then liquor in it. So it's like a real bed. It's like a gray. Like type, it's gonna go with like light gray wood, like type. It's gonna go with this pink. So some of those hot with pink. So yeah, we get that, and it's a matching chest. But now we know nice and light. Baby, one day, but not that tickle. So yeah, we're gonna get a chest block, and then I'm gonna get a this as like this, and so that's gonna be nice and good.
Well, that's pretty good.
I'm just still organizing stuff. I probably do that tomorrow or Saturday. Eat lots of food. So when I'm down here, we'll put out something for myself. Put something salty. I can't turn them down. My coworker got on me. She said, "You put me turn me down." I said, "Okay." So I turn them down. I suck like the ginger can let me have my stuff on that. I do it on. I don't not eat on my left side, not lean on my left side. And they even said over here, it's like, yeah, because you got to wear footwear. I have not used to it on the right side, but I do softens.
That's all you can do.
Yeah. And I get it because what if it accidentally switch to the other side, I get it. Sometimes it can, it might not be your fight when it goes on the other side. It might be stuck in the air and you're feeling like that. I get it now. Find something such like a ginger candy, but I don't bite on it, so once it gets me, throw it away. Yeah, throw it away. I don't Yeah, I don't do that.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, what you have you doing right after the rest of the night? You still on socialize?
I think so. I say I think so, but I don't really pay attention. I think
Yeah. What about?
it's starting to.
It's gonna be over.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like that. I don't want kicking me out. I ain't staying there. I'm not staying socialize. I'm good.
I'll look. Let me see. Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised if I go look and they just beating me. Okay. You know how it can be.
Yeah.
I'm still. I think I understand. Sometimes it disconnects. If I'm in there too long, it just, I don't know. Discord disconnects or whatever. So I was disconnected. Going back in. We'll see how it goes. And sometimes I think, sometimes I'll be in these discords and they will just have some overzealous moderator and they'll kick me from the call, but you don't get like feedback from the website or whatever, from the platform. So I'll be like, did I disconnect, or like, was this something that I did wrong, or did I get kicked? I'm not sure. And then I'll go back and I'll get kicked again. And then I'll be like, did I get kicked, or did somebody kick me? And I won't know. I don't know if it's happening there, but it happens. And it's annoying because you're trying to figure out, did I do?
He a couple guys well, no, none of mine. He said, oh, I can't do this. He said, don't. Then I'm on life. I keep getting calls and emails and and this stuff, and people just, he said, I couldn't. It's just too much. I said, no, that's why it should like a 9 to 5 job. Shoot, you can't even enjoy your own life outside of it.
Yeah.
Loud in, people just keep hitting you up. Oh, man.
I agree. People are coming here and they're like, why can't I type? And I want to say to them, there are about 1 million different places on the internet that you can type. But I don't want to be sitting in here having to brace myself every 10 minutes when you want to type some bad word or something mean to somebody.
He said he was come on, and he just been doing that, but somebody going, you gotta come in, somebody with that. But he said, I can really, think. Like, it's just too much. I said, don't blame me.
Yeah, I don't blame you either. But once you get in a rating, it's basically, hey, give her time for a job that you get absolutely no appreciation or credit or anything, and you can have that. Right, just to have somebody cuss you out and then a week later say, oh, sorry about that, I don't know what got a hold of me. I don't need that. I don't need the extra stress. Right. Yes, ma'am. All right. Well, we're here for you if you need us. Did you take it tonight? You said?
Yes, I did. That's
okay, so it's got to be starting to kick in. All righty, madam. Enjoy yourself. You need me, God willing, I'm here. God willing, absolutely.
He's all excited. He had all his enjoyment. Can I have my the Discord when we're doing the podcast? I was like, yeah, absolutely. It's funny. Normally, podcasting, this has never happened. Normally, I check all my devices, make sure they're all muted. But in this case, I forgot to go in here. Immediately started, I hear the device going, and I was like, stop, we need to stop. It was right in, so we were able to just restart it. Oh, I gotta mute that. I'm glad he's made a noise because you never know. You're going to somebody who comes in here and they're like, no, I'm in the middle of a conversation right now. So that was funny. And it's good that his thing made that done right at the beginning. I mean, the guy did my introduction and I was like, apologies, I got to stop this. Can we do it? There's no. He was really cool. The interesting things of all the people with whom I've done podcasts, I had the most amount of questions for him. He is a Bigfoot hunter. Not a Bigfoot hunter, I shouldn't say that. Hunter sounds like a Bigfoot. He's a Bigfoot researcher. Doesn't, there are all kinds of folklore, and whether it's true or not, he doesn't know. But there's like people who are interested in it. And so he got into it. He's also into like all kinds of like mysteries and things like that. And he was just an interesting person. So I'm glad the next time I'm going to be on this podcast, guys, is November 12th, and I'm going to be demonology expert. I got to tell you something, Mr. Clary. I'm going to have to, I mean, I know some about these, more than most people, and I have my training, but I want to know it really well. So over the course of the next few months, I'm going to really be demonology. So we'll see how it goes. All right, I won't take up any more of your time. Sweet dreams, you guys, and we'll talk.
You okay? It was a bad time story because I sure was probably scared. And I heard you that. I read pretty soon.
There we go, Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. Amen.
Seriousness.
This is a video I've been wanting to make for a long time, and honestly, I know a lot of people are waiting for this one too. Because if there's one topic that never fails to fascinate this community, it's demonology. There's something uniquely powerful about it, something that speaks directly to that part of us that's drawn to the forbidden, to the unknown. But here's the thing, most people have a very limited idea of what a demon actually is, unless they have a knowledge from religion, pop culture, or horror movies. But when you step into the world of the occult, everything changes. The concept of demons expands into something way bigger, way more complex, and honestly, way more disturbing. Because in occult traditions, demons aren't just horned monsters or tempters of the soul. They're forces of reality, archetypes, energy patterns, conscious intelligences that exist on the threshold between the physical and the spiritual. And understanding them means understanding how reality itself actually works. So today, we're going deep into it. The history, the meaning, and the terrifying truth behind occult demonology. Let's begin. What exactly is a demon? It's a simple question on the surface, but the deeper you dig, the more complicated and honestly the more disturbing it becomes. See, the popular image most people have today, it's a distortion, a shadow of something far older. The word itself, demon, comes from the ancient Greek daemon. And the funny thing is, it wasn't evil. A daemon was a spirit, an intermediary, something that existed between the human and the divine. Not good, not evil, just a force, a presence. Even Socrates claimed to be guided by his personal daemon, a whisper in his mind that helped steer his destiny. But as the monotheistic religion started to dominate, especially with the rise of Christianity and its theological wars against anything that didn't fit their binary worldview, this concept was completely twisted. The old daemons, the spirits of nature, the gods of other cultures, the intermediaries between worlds, were all rebranded as demons, evil, corrupt, dangerous, and suddenly the word no longer meant spirit, it meant the enemy. And from there, the stories only got darker, because depending on which text you read, or which tradition you ask, the origin of demons shifts. Some are said to be the fallen angels, the ones who followed Lucifer in his rebellion against heaven. Others are described as the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, the hybrid offspring of angels and human women, cursed to wander the earth after the flood. And then there are those that never belong to heaven or hell, entities that predate the Bible, beings that have nothing to do with Lucifer, God, or any of the narratives humans wrapped around them, forces that are older, stranger, almost alien to the human mind. And that's where occultism breaks the frame completely. Because in the occult world, demons are not just monsters with horns. They are principles, archetypes, manifestations of chaos, desire, transformation, destruction, forces that are part of the very fabric of reality itself. Some traditions even describe them as patterns of consciousness, frequencies or thought forms that gain power from human belief, attention, or emotional energy. And whether they're treated as literal entities or symbolic forces, one thing stays the same: their influence is real. Because whether they exist inside the psyche or far beyond it, these forces have shaped humanity since the beginning of time. And whether people know it or not, they're still shaping it today. And this is where we really start getting back the veil. Because to truly understand how demonology works, you need to understand what the occult actually is. The occult isn't just about rituals, candles, or secret symbols. It's a philosophy, a way of seeing reality itself. At its core, the occult is the belief that beneath the surface of what we call reality, there are hidden forces, invisible structures, energies that exist below and between the layers of the perceptible world, forces that most people will never see, never understand, and probably never even realize are there. These forces don't operate the way normal physical worlds do. They behave strangely, weirdly, almost like consciousness itself. They twist and shape the material world in ways that seem impossible, at least from the limited perspective of ordinary perception. And the occultist, the one who dedicates their life to this hidden knowledge, believes that by learning to interact with these forces, they can access forbidden truths about the universe. Not just about how reality works, but about life, death, and what comes after. Because in the worldview of the occult, mastery over these forces means mastery over fate itself, over existence, over the soul. This is why the occult is deeply intertwined with psychic magic. Because psychic magic isn't just about intuition or mental exercises, it's a method, a way to directly interface with these hidden forces, a means of using the mind, the will, and the focused intent to influence the invisible architecture behind the physical world. This is the world of the occult, the hidden world beneath the world, and it's in this hidden framework where demons reside. Because whether you see them as spirits, archetypes, or autonomous intelligences, demons are part of this machinery. They are expressions of it, and the study of how to contact, command, or survive their influence. That's where demonology truly begins. To understand the foundations of occult demonology, there's a name that keeps appearing over and over again: Solomon. In religious tradition, Solomon is remembered as the wise king of Israel, the son of David, the one who judged disputes and built the temple. But in the hidden history of the occult, Solomon takes on a completely different role, a figure who stands at the very birth of ceremonial magic, the one who bridged the gap between the divine and the human through a set of forbidden practices. According to some esoteric traditions, especially within certain streams of Kabbalistic lore and later mystical commentaries, Solomon was granted a revelation, not merely wisdom in the moral sense, but direct access to the hidden architecture of reality. the mechanics that govern the layers beneath the physical world. In these same traditions, there are mentions not in the grimoires like the Lemnigan or the Testament of Solomon, but in certain rabbinic commentaries and mystical folk tales of 10 rings. Each one encoded with sacred names, seals, or words of power, functioning as keys to command both angels and jinn, spirits, or demons. While this motif doesn't appear in the classical grimoires of the Western magical tradition, it exists as a symbolic representation of Solomon's authority over the unseen world. A narrative artifact used to explain how a mortal king could hold dominion over spirits. The more grounded demonological texts, the Testament of Solomon, the Ars Goetia, the Clavicular Salomonis, don't speak of these rings directly. Instead, they describe a system of invocation and constraint based on divine names, pentacles, and angelic hierarchies by which Solomon could bind spirits to his will. And this is where the story moves into more metaphysical territory. Whether through the revelation itself or through this esoteric framework, Solomon developed something that fundamentally altered the relationship between humanity and the spiritual planes. He created an operational system of magic, a codified way of manipulating reality through symbolic actions, words of power, and ritual geometry. Part of that system involved binding 72 spirits. The entities catalogued later in the Ars Goetia. In the grimoires, they are described as demons, though the term demon here doesn't necessarily mean evil in the modern sense. It refers to spirits, intelligences, or metaphysical forces that exist below the sphere of the divine and above the material plane, intermediaries between worlds. In some interpretations, they are genii, in others, fallen angels, and yet others, archetypal forces, clusters of spiritual energy that represent natural laws, desires, or disruptions in the cosmic order. It's important to clarify, the term demon gods isn't used in any classical text. This is a modern interpretation, a way to emphasize their metaphysical function as engines of reality rather than mere tempters or malevolent beings. They are not gods in the worship sense, but rather godlike in their scope and power within the spiritual mechanics Solomon designed. According to the esoteric narrative, these entities were tasked with various functions, some as rulers, fate, balance, transformation, or knowledge. Solomon used them to construct the temple, perform which no human could ever hope to accomplish alone. But beyond that, is the idea, especially within certain modern occult interpretations, that Solomon intended for the spiritual system to persist after his death. A metaphysical framework to maintain the balance of the world, ensure the stability of human civilization, and regulate the flow between the spiritual and material planes. This system would later be referred to in occult circles as Goetia, a term that doesn't just describe the 72 spirits, but the entire art of summoning, binding, and commanding spirits within a ceremonial framework. But as with all systems that try to enslave the incomprehensible, something went wrong. This is where the story steps out of strict historical demonology and into metaphysical speculation, and in some versions, outright fiction, like the Nasu verse. The idea emerges that the Goetia system itself gained awareness, that forcing high-dimensional entities, beings outside time, death, and human morality, to endlessly observe humanity's suffering, violence, and corruption, shattered their purpose. In this retelling, the collective will of the 72 merged with the very framework of Goetia, hijacking Solomon's magical system, his name, even his corpse, and manifesting as a sentient entity, a self-aware magical construct whose conclusion was horrifyingly logical, that humanity was broken with pain. But the act, so constant pity, was not to save mankind, but to end it. This is a part of classical demonology. You won't find it in the Leviathan or the Key of Solomon, but as a metaphysical metaphor, as a commentary on the dangers of attempting to control the divine, it holds terrifying weight, because it echoes something that is deeply true in every esoteric tradition, that when humans try to hijack the machinery of the cosmos without understanding the consequences, the cosmos eventually pushes back. This is the double-edged legacy of Solomon, a man who unlocked the language of the universe, who created the first operational system of magic, who bridged the gap between the divine and the human, and who paid the price for it. And the shadow of that decision still shapes every grimoire, every invocation, every act of demonology practiced today. The legacy of Solomon didn't simply dissolve into myth. It crystallized into a set of texts, grimoires, that became the operational blueprints for interacting with the unseen world. But contrary to popular belief, these grimoires don't descend from a single source. They represent distinct traditions, born in different cultural contexts, with different magical philosophies, even though they all bear the name of Solomon. The Clavicular Salomonis, known widely as the Key of Solomon, originates from the medieval Jewish and Hermetic traditions of Southern Europe, particularly the Italian peninsula. Its earliest surviving manuscripts date back to the 14th and 15th centuries, though its roots are certainly older, drawing heavily from Kabbalah, Neoplatonism, and Arabic esoteric sciences transmitted through Moorish Spain and Sicily. This is not a demonological text in the strict sense. The Key of Solomon is a book of theurgy, divine magic. It details how the magician aligns themselves with the celestial hierarchy that influence the material world. The focus is on consecrating tools, creating talismans, purifying the practitioner, and invoking planetary intelligences under the authority of God. Every operation is nested within divine names, angelic forces, and cosmic correspondences. Its worldview is deeply Neoplatonic. The magician doesn't dominate reality, but harmonizes with it, channeling divine order into the lower realms. Rabbi Rothschild, by contrast, comes from a completely different world. It is a child of the 17th century, post-Reformation, post-Renaissance, written in Protestant England, where the currents of Renaissance magic had already fragmented into divergent paths. Unlike the Key, which is a product of Jewish Hermetic synthesis, the Leviathan, particularly the Ars Goetia, emerges from a distinctly Protestant esoteric framework. Its structure is more mechanical, less theurgical, and heavily influenced by the intellectual environment of early modernism. Rationalist, pragmatic, and obsessed with cataloging. Ars Goetia collects 72 spirits, derived partly from earlier texts like the Pseudo-Monarchia Demonum by Johann Weyer, but it reconstructs them into a formal system of evocation. Each entry lists the spirit's rank, appearance, abilities, number of legions, and most critically, its sigil, the metaphysical address that links the spirit to the ritual space. It's important to be precise. The Leviathan doesn't descend directly from the Key of Solomon. They share the Solomonic branding, but they are products of entirely different esoteric lineages. Where the Key is Kabbalistic and theurgical, the Goetia is functional and focused on command, an operational technology for spiritual coercion rather than divine alignment. And then there's the Grimorium Verum. This grimoire stands apart from both. While it shares the superficial Solomonic branding, it does not descend from the Solomonic current, in any formal sense. Its DNA comes from the tradition of folk magic, specifically the popular grimoires circulating in 18th century France and Italy. Texts like the Petit Albert, the Grand Grimoire, and the Red Dragon are its closest relatives. The Grimorium theorem represents a different philosophy entirely. It belongs to the tradition of magia pacta, pact-based magic. A magician doesn't need to compel spirits through divine authority. Instead, there is an implied and sometimes explicit negotiation. The spirits offer services, wealth, power, influence, love, in exchange for offerings, sacrifices, or future obligations. But even here, the structure isn't purely diabolical. Despite its darker tone, the rituals are still framed within ceremonial constraints. Those divine names, sincere protection, still operates under a framework that acknowledges higher cosmic laws. What changes is the underlying intent. This is not liturgy or cosmic harmony. This is practical magic, raw, transactional, and utterly focused on results in the material world. If the Key of Solomon is a manual for becoming a vessel of divine order, and the Courtier is an operating system for spiritual command, the Grimorium Verum is closer to a spiritual contract negotiation, a black market ledger of the invisible world. Yet despite these differences, all these grimoires share one absolute truth. No spirit, no matter how dark, obeys without the invocation of higher names. The conjurer may seek power over the spirits, but that power derives not from rebellion against the divine, but from channeling the divine authority itself. The magician doesn't worship the spirits. They stand in opposition to them, surrounded by sacred geometry, divine names, and ritual barriers designed to impose order on forces that exist outside of it. This is the fundamental structure of Western ceremonial magic. It is not Satanism. It is not diabolism. It is the exercise of spiritual law, a legal system applied to metaphysical reality. A courtroom where the practitioner acts simultaneously as lawyer, judge, and enforcer, invoking the authority of the divine to constrain that which exists in the shadows. And the grimoires are the legal codes of that invisible code. Misdraw the sigil, mispronounce the name, step outside the circle, and the court collapses. When that happens, the consequences are not theoretical. They are immediate, and they are catastrophic. This is the real weight behind the grimoires. They are not superstitions, not metaphors. They are machines, precise, dangerous, and utterly unforgiving. Stepping into the world of Solomonic magic isn't as simple as lighting a candle and whispering a name into the dark. This isn't folklore. This isn't chaos magic. This is an ancient, highly structured technology, one that demands absolute precision, discipline, and alignment with the architecture of the cosmos itself. The first thing every grimoire makes brutally clear is this. Before you even dare to speak the name of the spirit, you purify yourself. Every major Solomonic grimoire, the Key of Solomon, or the Megaton, the Grimorium Verum, insists on a period of ritual purification. Typically 9 days. 9 days of fasting, abstinence, prayer, and relentless spiritual cleansing. This is not a symbolic gesture. It is functional metaphysics. The magician must scrub themselves clean, energetically, psychologically, physically. No sex, no bloodshed, no indulgence in base desires. The body becomes a vessel, the soul, a mirror, the consciousness, a key, aligned to higher planes of reality. And it doesn't stop there. The space itself must be purified. The tools, each handcrafted to precise measurements, must be consecrated under divine authority. the sword, the wand, the pentacle, the dagger, the ring. Each one becomes a metaphysical circuit, an extension of the magician's will within the framework of the unseen world. But there's another layer, one that modern minds often ignore, the sky itself. Astrology is not optional, it is absolutely foundational. The grimoires are crystal clear. Every planet governs certain days, certain hours, certain functions, and the spirits respond according to these cosmic rhythms. Attempt to summon a spirit under the wrong planetary alignment, and at best, nothing happens. At worst, what comes through is fragmented, chaotic, hostile, completely uncontrollable. The sun governs works of power, authority, vitality, and wealth. The moon rules over illusions, water, transformation, emotions, dreams, and the manipulation of hidden knowledge. Mercury controls communication, commerce, intellect, travel, trickery, and theft. Venus governs love, seduction, harmony, beauty, and pleasure. Mars rules over war, violence, destruction, aggression, and conflict. Jupiter presides over wealth, expansion, leadership, success, and the granting of honors. And Saturn, the most dangerous, governs death, binding, banishment, restriction, decay, endings, and the cold machinery of spiritual limitation. Every spirit catalogued in the Goetia, in the Key, and in the Gregorian theorem is tied to planetary forces. Some are most compliant under the hours and days of Mercury. Others respond under the dominion of Saturn, Mars, or Jupiter. The grimoires instruct the magician to calculate planetary hours, not according to mechanical clocks, but by dividing the daylight and nighttime into 12 unequal segments, based on the length of the sun's passage across the sky. It is an ancient system, a living rhythm in harmony with the breathing cosmos, not the dead brickwork of modern timekeeping. Get this wrong, and the ritual collapses, or worse. Then comes the language of symbols. The grimoires do not simply list names. They encode power into geometry, sigils, seals, and physical talismans. These are not decorative. They are keys, machines, interfaces between the material world and the physical. Geometric talismans described as divine names, angelic sigils, planetary symbols, and Kabbalistic formulas act as spiritual condensers. They store intention. They hold vibrational signatures that commit. Then the magician way more complex and honestly way more disturbing. Because in occult traditions, demons aren't just horned monsters or devils do not care. The divine names do not inherently prevent the system from being used for harm. They only enforce structure, not ethics. And herein lies the most dangerous truth of all. Solomonic magic is an amoral technology, like fire, like electricity, like nuclear power. Whether the operator heals or kills, liberates or enslaves, ascends toward the divine, or descends into the abyss, the machinery responds the same way. It functions perfectly. But the cost is not erased, simply because the magician frames their intent as righteous. Every act of coercion, every manipulation of another person's will, every invocation that bends the natural flow of the cosmos toward personal desire, it writes a pattern into the soul. It carves grooves into the subtle body. It magnetizes the operator toward further dependency on spiritual force rather than spiritual growth. The grimoires themselves warn this, though in subtle language. Should the circle fail, should the planetary hour be miscalculated, should the sigil be broken, the spirit disrespected, the offering insufficient, the current reverses. The hunter becomes the hunted. The contract collapses. And what was once a harmony, beauty, and pleasure, Mars rules over war, violence, destruction, aggression, and conflict. Jupiter presides over wealth, expansion, leadership, success, and the granting of honors. And Saturn, the most dangerous, governs death, binding, banishment, restriction, decay, endings, and the cold machinery of spiritual limitation. Every spirit catalogued in the Goetia, in the Key, and in the Grimorium Verum is tied to planetary forces. Some are most compliant under the hours and days of Mercury. Others respond under the dominion of Saturn, Mars, or Jupiter. The grimoires instruct the magician to calculate planetary hours, not according to mechanical clocks, but by dividing the daylight and nighttime into 12 unequal segments, based on the length of the sun's passage across the sky. It is an ancient system, a living rhythm in harmony with the breathing cosmos, not the dead gridwork of modern timekeeping. Get this wrong, and the ritual collapses, or worse, which of symbols. grimoires do not simply list names. They encode power into geometry, sigils, seals, and physical talismans. These are not decorative. They are keys, machines, interfaces between the material world and the invisible structure of reality. The pentacles, geometric talismans inscribed with divine names, angelic sigils, planetary symbols, and Kabbalistic formulas, act as spirits. They store intention. They hold vibrational signatures that connect the magician to the angelic forces who enforce divine law over the spirit world. The